Hello, hello.
No,
No.
no.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We will get started with our meeting today of the operational budget. I'd just like to make a couple announcements. First, a reminder that the Sports Expo is on Wednesday, March 6th, so hopefully you go out at the BCF and check that out, as well as budget talks will be at the BCF at 5 o'clock on Wednesday, so we will have administration there, some counselors updating on what we're up to. And I'd like to extend a thank you to the fire department, Town of Drumheller Fire Department, for everything they did in the difficult situation yesterday. We're honored to have Keith here from one of the volunteer firefighters. So if you could please send our thanks to all the firefighters for what they've done, and our thoughts and prayers are with those families who lost their homes. And it's really a difficult time here in the valley to go through something like this. So thank you to everybody who stepped up and helped them out. So before we get started, I would like to see if there's any additions or deletions to the agenda. Barb?
Yes, Your Worship, if we could have an in-camera session, please, citing public body confidences, VoIP clause 23.
At what point in the agenda do you want to add that?
I'll just add it just before we take a break. So probably 5:30, somewhere in there. Probably 5 o'clock, yeah. Okay, anything else? All right, well then I guess Barb will let you take over from here. And I'll just ask council if you have any questions, just direct them right through Barb. I'll let Barb control this meeting. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you, Worship and Council. Finally, we're happy to be here to present the 2019-2021 draft operating tax-supported budget. If I could just ask one of you to change the slide for me. I don't have a lot of them. So, as you are aware, we've done a lot of work on the budget, and it's taken us, what I would say, far longer than we traditionally spend on the budget. And so I just want to talk a little preamble before we get into the details. And as we're all aware, budget represents administration's collective best guess as to what the future might look like in terms of revenues and expenses. When preparing a budget, there's typically some uncertainties in one form or another that require management's use of estimates and judgment. The uncertainties that complicated the 2019-2021 budget are, in my opinion, more noteworthy than what I would typically consider in a budget cycle, with the primary uncertainties that we discussed being the following. Salaries and benefits expense. So as a provider of a multitude of services to our residents, ratepayers, neighbors, and gas laborers, by far the largest expenditure that's incurred by the town, representing on average 32% of the municipality's actual expenses organizationally wide. The collective agreement that the town has with CUPE, both Locals 135 and 4604, expired on December 31st, 2018. And as a result, the budget salary costs over all 3 years is heavily reliant on the use of management estimates. Further, the cost of dental, health, and workers' compensation benefits are experience-driven and have proven to be somewhat difficult to predict year over year. Changing the channel. Council has identified flood mitigation and emergency preparedness for our community as a high strategic priority, and as such has passed a resolution committing to borrow up to $5 million for the purpose of flood mitigation in the event that the town's application for disaster mitigation and adaptation funding proves to be successful. The budget, as being presented, includes the estimated burden of the annual interest cost over the 3 years on the approximate $1 million in debenture borrowing that has currently been authorized through bylaws in 2018. Additional borrowings have not been considered in this budget at this time. Okay, and then political uncertainty. So in 2019, as we're all aware, it'll bring a spring provincial and a fall federal election. The current political climate creates a high level of uncertainty regarding future grant funding, impact on carbon or other taxes, increased costs due to additional downloading of responsibilities, and or costs associated with changes to regulations that may be a result of any change in governments. Okay. So, following for consideration is the 2019-2021 operating budget. As we walk through, you'll see each budget then has a lead sheet that was provided to you earlier on Friday, and as standard talks about the 2018 budget request, the 2019 request, highlights any changes that are of mentionable variance, and then we'll just talk the global numbers, or what we internally refer to as global numbers, being salaries, benefits, fuel, insurance, telephone, and utilities as a whole, and they have been isolated, those changes from each function. So the budget that was presented represents a 2% increase to the municipal requisition. The municipal requisition for 2018 was $8,718,766. The municipal requisition as presented for 2019 is $8,894,691. This 2% increase over the 2018 municipal requisition equates to an additional $175,925 in property tax revenue. But as you'll note, the budget that was distributed shows a surplus of $159,400 for additional allocations. This budget was prepared in this fashion to highlight what a 2% increase would look like. Essentially, as presented, a 0% increase to the municipal property tax requisition would result in a small deficit of approximately $16,000 for 2019. 5% reduction request. In late October, with an objective in mind of funding the 2019 strategic priorities that were adopted for the Drumheller Valley, Council directed administration to find a 5% reduction in last year's municipal requisition. The 2018 municipal requisition, as mentioned, was $8,718,766. A 5% reduction would see a municipal requisition for 2019 to be $8,282,828, or a reduction of $436,000. This reduction request proved to be a good exercise for the administration team, and we worked to find reductions in operating requests by way of efficiencies or acceptable and or non-consequential deferrals. So although on the surface, it does not appear as though the 2019 operating budget reflects any reduction, let alone the requested 5%. But it's important to note that the budget as presented does fully fund at minimum $392,900 in known increased expenses over last year. These increased costs can be accounted by way of $251,000 in increases to the global expenses, $155,500 in salaries and benefits. In tax supported, there was a decrease in our telephone budget, an increase in $87.50 of fuel, an increase of $79.20 in insurance, and an increase of $93,177 for utilities overall in tax supported. $95,000 was a recognized reduction in MSI operating grant revenue, and this was a result of the actual funding that we received and the uncertainty moving forward. $17.4 in interest is funded, and that's new interest in this budget for the flood mitigation debenture, which I spoke of. There's an additional 19 in economic development, recruitment, and funding costs in that function, having recognized it's a priority for council and the community. And then 10,000 minimum of increased requisitions to some of our requisitioning bodies, such as Palliser Library, the chamber, solid waste. These numbers here in our increased requisition, some of those partners have asked for additional funding, but that additional funding is deemed a new ask. These would just be what our agreements are in place at the time for. Okay, so then at the, so basically the budget as presented maintains our current current service levels with less funding to do so. Administration was able to find at minimum $376,900 of the 5% reduction, or roughly 87%. And I would say that actually is probably on the low side because we didn't account for every little janitorial contract and whatnot that's going up. I just picked the major ones that I could recognize. At the end of the budget presentation, the listing of additional funding requests will be presented for council's consideration and discussion. And that's it for that. I do have, if you wanted to just put the Excel, there's an Excel spreadsheet opened up. It'll be really hard to follow along, though I'm not too sure. And then we can, any questions at this point? What are the two titles? Yeah. Thank you. And I said it'll be really hard to follow along. I just thought if we needed to refer to something.
So just on the surface, Barbara, I just need to clarify, when you mentioned the 376K.9 that administration did find, or 87% of the 5%, that's not factored into this document, correct?
Yes, it is because all the budget numbers. So for example, the 97,000 in increased utility costs are in this budget.
Okay.
Did I lose you?
No, I'm just want to make
Okay.
sure that I know I know what's still coming. Is the only information still coming is the list of additional new
Correct.
asks?
Correct.
Okay.
So all of those additional things are built in, like as in the things, the utilities, the salaries, those things we can't control.
Okay.
All of those are built in. There's 159,000, that's a surplus as it is. And then all the additional asks will be presented.
Okay, so then I just need to understand, as I spent some time this weekend with the, what are we calling these things? The cover sheets?
Sure, lead sheets,
The
cover
lead sheets,
yeah.
thank you. But I didn't go through the detail reports. And so I just want to make sure as we go through, you mentioned in the preamble that there weren't any notable service cuts, that it was
Correct.
mostly done through. So when things were suggested in previous meetings by Darren about closing at 9 p.m. as opposed to 10 p.m. and what that might save, and closing on some of the other stat holidays where attendance is lower, that sort of thing, are any of those ideas integrated into this document?
No, not at all. It's status quo with the services.
Okay, okay, thank you.
So where's the 376,000?
It's throughout it, because there's, when you look through the lead sheets, there are a number of, we're not doing this contract, we're not doing that thing, we're saving on this money, we're deferring that thing. That's what I'm assuming that was referring to?
Right, but we've essentially, if we had zero budget increase,
Yeah.
there was absolutely an additional 392,000 or whatever that's being funded with zero tax increase through increased budgets, requirements for utilities, increased requirements for fuel. So in other words,
I'm just lost.
I'll try to circle back to that and think of an easier way to explain it.
I think the best way to explain it is that the document presented it shows a surplus that will allow for about $160,000 worth of funding additional asks if we were to approve a 2% increase. If we don't, then we'll be at a $16,000 deficit if we want a 0%, and then we're still going to have to do something else to try to find how to fund the additional asks. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. Okay. So let's get started. So general revenues. So I'm just going to walk through the lead sheets and we'll just refer to any sections if we need to look at some of the historical data or anything. So general revenue, so for the purpose of, those who are viewing online, I will walk through all the numbers. So in 2018, the budget request was 11,371,266. The 2019 budget request is 11,672,191, which is an increased revenue of 300,925. Of that, 175,009, I believe, was the 2% in municipal requisition. And then we've added an additional 20,000 in revenue for franchise tax revenue. And then we've added 105,000 in revenue for additional interest on investments.
So just a curiosity, in general revenues then, I'm just curious, does the federal gas tax fund, does that go back into general revenues?
No, the federal gas tax is a capital funding. The only operating grant funding would be MSI operating and any STEP grants, that would be reflected in the budget, any labor grants.
Okay, and then when we talked about MSI, now we know there's going to be a reduction?
Well, this year we got about 25% of what we had budgeted for last year. And so rather than budget high and find that we don't get it, it's best to be conservative, and I budgeted what we received in 2018, and it'll be a bonus if we receive more.
Just a bit of the history, Your Worship. The MSI capital funding has been relatively stable, but MSI operating funding has been cut and cut and cut.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got one general comment that I'm looking for a bit of clarification on the linear tax line. We had a presentation from the assessors who kind of elaborated a little bit in regards to how linear tax assessments were going to be handled by the province. I noticed for 2018 actuals that we did not meet the draft budget. It was actually less. But then I see in 2019, 2020, and 2021, we're budgeting higher. I'm curious on this, as my recollection would be that perhaps we as a municipality would be receiving less in linear taxes due to the change.
I will go look into that line item. Thank you. You're making notes, right, Elaine, as we... Okay. Can we move on to legislative? So legislative, function 1101, 2018, the budget was 281,220. 2019, the budget is 280,880, which shows an overall expense, other than our globals, an increase of 3,155. I typically don't mention anything under 1,000, but since this is your budget, Council, I wanted you to see the changes. So there was a $200 increase to the convention registration line item. There was a $380 increase in travel and substance. There's a increase in, actually a new line item we put in there for advertising and promo, 6,325. This was formerly in what was known as the mayor's budget. There was some confusion around what was defined as the mayor's budget. So we're trying to segregate it and then actually have a budget that's discretionary for the mayor to spend at her choice or option. So we reallocated, that simple reallocation of a couple of advertising items. The project line item then was reduced by $87.50 to reallocate those funding. Then the new line item, the mayor's budget, $5,000. There's nothing targeted specifically for that. And then the grant line item never changed. Its budget is $20,000. And then if you see down below, this time I did list for you what is being funded under the grant line item and also the 295 projects line item now. So grant funding, there's $5,000 for arts and culture, $2,500 for the scholarships, $5,000 for STARS, and $7,500 for Badlands Community College. And then under projects, $1,000 is allocated for special projects or sponsorships, and $1,500 for the annual volunteer recognition.
I know we're just getting started, and I actually don't have this level of detail of questions on many of the other lead sheets.
This is your
So,
budget.
so I am going to ask some questions here, Barb, if you don't mind. Off the top of your head, is it fair to say that a good chunk of the advertising and promotion money is what we spend on the 2 minutes on the town? Yeah. And in previous years, I've requested, and I see it's not been yanked out yet, whenever it's under legislative, it strikes me as the cost of having a council is how I would describe it to people. This is the cost of municipal leadership. And so whenever I see things that I think are actually a municipal priority funded out of this one, I think it's misplaced and a category issue. And so that's why I'll renew my objection to seeing the $5,000 arts and culture grant in this business unit. I think it belongs under FCSS or under arts and culture or rec administration. I don't think it fits under this. And then on the Badlands Community College, is this part of finishing off a multi-year agreement, or is this a new, because typically they appear before us on an annual basis with a refreshed ask. There was no such thing this year formally, unless they went through the community assistance program, which again would not be funded through this particular element. So can you just shed some light on the Badlands Community College one?
So as you know, we present a 3-year rolling budget.
Right.
And this has been in that 3-year rolling budget. So it has been in there, so we've come up to it. And because it has been funded, it wasn't typically a new ask because it has been in the rolling budget.
Right.
So this is the last year, I believe it would be in there.
But is that because we made a 3-year commitment? That's what I'm asking.
I have to go back and look
Okay, so
to
you're going to defer
verify
that? Okay, thank you.
I imagine that's why that, and I believe it decreased a couple of years over year, so I will check.
It's been 75 since I squeezed it back in a couple of years ago, and my feelings about this have changed in the meantime. So if we get back to, in my mind, that will be up against any other new asks for funding this year in fighting it out for what we can afford to spend and what we can't.
And we would be happy to move arts and culture out to special function or something.
Sorry, those were meant to be questions, not directions. I
No,
don't direct you.
I
Council
would be
does.
happy.
I believe, last I heard, that they were asking for a community assistance grant
Okay,
directly, and that was from a conversation with Daryl, so
okay.
that's where he directed them to apply for funding.
So then we could remove this line item if that's good. I just. Any more questions or? Okay. Moving on to administration, function 1201. Oh, sorry.
One more quick question. So on the mayor's budget, you got 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 for 3 years, but then on your asterisk there, it says new mayor's discretionary budget, total budget 20,000. Is that because you have it
Oh, no.
allocated in separate?
I'm sorry. It's actually the 771, the grant line item. That's total budget 20,000. It just kind of blurs in there.
Gotcha.
Okay, sorry about
perfect.
that.
Thank you.
Okay, administration. Budget, 2018 budget was $1,086,530. The 2019 budget request is $1,081,328,000, and reconciling to a change of $38,485. So here, walking through the line items, you'll see there was a decrease of $95,000 of the MSI operating line budget, which I spoke of. There was an elimination of a provision for FCM this year. There was a reduction in this function of advertising of $25,700, but it's just been reallocated to our new communications function. A reduction in printing and binding costs of $3,500. Part of it is reallocation, part of it is reduction. We increased accounting and audit 1,500. It does go out for proposal this year. Increased assessors, 5,325. It also is due for proposal this year. We decreased education 1,000 and reallocated to communications. We decreased legal and collection 4,000. Again, just trying to find budget efficiencies or reduction. We decreased other professional 6,000 by eliminating the provision for the strategic planning facilitator for 2019. We decreased other general services, eliminating a provision for Alberta registries. We decreased the provision we had been carrying, the provision we've been carrying for carbon tax since the first year that it was introduced. We were able to reduce that because now all of our budget costs are based on actual, and it's 3 years of history now. So we decreased and partially reduced and reallocated stationery and office supplies by 4,000. We increased penalties and interest by 1,250. And that's Visa and credit card charges and transaction fees. They're correlated to increased sales revenue. We reduced our provision for rebates for tax cancellation by 1,000. Primarily at the moment it's just Sandstone Manor. And we reduced the provision for early payment discount on taxes by 3,000. Once council had revised that bylaw, we've had a lot less applying towards that. Any questions on administration? Yes, Tom?
Yeah, the provision for FCM eliminated.
Yes.
What is that?
So our CAO won't be attending the conference this year.
Okay, is that his choice, or is that going to
Yes.
be going forward, or do you know?
I believe
just this
it's
year?
scheduling this year that doesn't enable him to
Yeah.
attend.
Because I think our CAO and mayor should attend these things regularly.
Yes. I only eliminated it for 2019. Jay?
The provision for the strategic planning, I'm assuming that's for Mr. McIntosh's
Correct.
fees. I'm just briefly to council. I understand the rationale here to some degree. I'm just going to put who is going to facilitate our strategic planning session? Because left to our own devices, I do not trust us to not go down so many different rabbit holes as to make the meeting not as functional as it needs to be. I'm reluctant to remove this provision for skilled facilitation of that meeting. I'm not suggesting it needs to be Mr. McIntosh. We have seen that show before. But I would encourage some kind of skilled facilitator to be hired for that day.
Okay.
That's my recommendation. I don't know what the appropriate number should be, but you wouldn't like it if I was, and I'm not sure I'd like it if anybody else around the table was in charge of that facilitation.
I guess I would be of the opposite opinion. I feel that we have enough expertise in our administration and council that we could facilitate a very well-run and very valuable strategic planning session.
So if I could, to move things along, we'll just make these kinds of notes where there isn't necessarily immediate agreement, and then we can circle back, because it may come down to, considering the other things that council would like to achieve and not. So we'll just add that back on our...
Just before we go on, is benefits, you mentioned benefits up there, and I think I forgot to bring it in the general, but where is benefits in here? Because aren't they up for renewal as well? There might be some savings there.
benefits will be up for renewal next year in 2020. And if I may just add, typically benefits are 100% experience driven. other than life insurance and what is another pooled cost we have. So we don't, long-term LTD. So we don't typically, an LTD is employee paid. So changing benefit carriers doesn't necessarily result in a decreased cost. Often it's either decreased so they get our business and then it gets skyjacked the next year because insurance companies are required to make their loss ratio. So if they underbid in our business, they're more apt to overbid a bit to ensure they cover their loss ratio, and they calculate that by taking our last 5 years of experience. So it's not like, oh, we are going to save money by switching, because it will come back to bite us absolutely the next year if we do lowball. Just for some information of those who are not necessarily aware of how those benefits
Well, I
work.
still think it should be out there because you never know. When
Absolutely.
we're trying to find funds right now, we need to look at every way we can.
And we go out and we market the carriers or the every 3 years, and the top ones such as Great West Life, London Life, Industrial Alliance, they quote every 3 years. So we're up for again in 2020. Any other questions on administration? Okay, Town Hall. 1202, 2018 budget was 149,975. 2019 budget is 149,635. Overall, we have a reduction $530. We reduced repairs budget by $1,050 between the three different budget. And the other stuff was inconsequential. Again, looking at some deferrals that we can make in repairs to meet council's objectives. Computer services, any questions on Town Hall? Lisa?
So I guess my only question is, when it comes to the wellness program, $75. Just seems a little skewed.
It's just allocation
Okay.
based on, yeah.
Okay.
So we have to look at those numbers, all salary benefits. We have to look at them globally again because they kind of get allocated on how things were spent last year or salaries were allocated. So computer services, function 1203, the budget for 2018 was 249,340. The budget in 2019 is 232,900, which is a reduction of $16,440. We reduced the internet budget expense by $51.60. We spoke of that during the utility supported, where we have installed some capital, invested in capital point-to-point infrastructure to eliminate that monthly fee. We reduced software and upgrades by $4,000. We reduced education by $2,500. We slightly increased repairs to equipment. I should have. We reallocate and reduce software support, but it's just a reallocation to 1204 communications, and reduced our other general supplies, $2,300. Again, some of those are deferrals or what we felt we could sporadic over every couple of years. Any questions? Okay, new function. Function 1204, communications. So in 2018, there was a zero budget. 2019, the budget request is $134,730. We take out the salaries, the global numbers, and we are looking for a change of $46,900. And everything is new, of course, but you will see under advertising, $34,000 budget, $25,700 was reallocated from function 1201. We had some reallocation of education from 1201. We had reallocation of software support from 1203. We added $4,000 new public participation for open houses. And then we reallocated some of the stationary funding from 1201. Questions, Fred?
Is it public participation because we're paying ourselves to use the BCF, or where is that? Just coffee and things like that?
Julia, could speak to that, please.
So we've, it's not just actual open houses, it's also online. We talked about doing a budget online. There's some programs and apps out there that you can do budget discussions to ask people's thoughts, but they cost money to develop, so that's why we put the money in there. So it's not just the actual physical open houses, it's everything from online and everything else.
Jay?
I'm sorry, Barbara, you have to forgive me. My day job keeps intruding, and I can't shut it off because even though RSP season is over, people looking for tax slips has just begun, and it's urgent to them, so forgive me, I wasn't listening. When it comes to the global amounts for this new area, the salaries and benefits is not just Julia. It is a partial allocation of some other staff as well, so her who she reports to would be partially included there as well, or is that budget and benefits figure just the one position?
That would be one position.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Can I move on? Any more questions? Okay, police services. 2101 function. The budget for 2018 was $1,321,833. Budget for 2019 is $1,158,018. Overall, taking out our global numbers, is a decrease of $124,430. We decreased fine revenue by $5,000 just based on what the actuals have been looking like. There was an increase of $3,200 to communication system. It's new, but I didn't see it as a optional new ask. It's for the rural 911 link, and it's regulation required. So there was an increase of $1,300 to travel and I can't say that word, subsistence. Primarily, again, due to our bylaw officers have mandatory certification requirements. We decreased other professional, $4,400. We did have a contract with a road inspector who's retired, so we will be doing those inspections by in-house staff when need to be done. We decreased policing services by $115,100. So last year there was some higher capital costs that were anticipated through the RCMP, and this year our capital cost component for 2019-2020 budget is lower. Predictions from the RCMP. We increased safety materials, $2,000. Again, it is a new ask, but it's a regulatory requirement to provide ballistic vests to our officers. Other general supplies were reduced over last year by $8,500. They were because of one-time provisions, asks for a winch and body cams last year. The provision did go unspent. And then a reduction in $8,200 to grant to other individuals or groups, and that was the provision that was put in to renovate for Citizens on Patrol in 2018. Oh, Fred.
Barb, is this ask in there?
I believe it's on the new asks. I have
Okay.
to look, yeah. I'll have to take a double check. It was for the, actually, that wasn't even a budget, yeah, new ask. It's for the Policing Commission, right? Yeah. Good. Any questions? Other? Okay, moving on to.
I think it might be
sorry.
important, sorry, I think it might be important, Lisa, just to mention that, you know, since we're experiencing obviously a severe uptick in rural crime, the budget reduction here is not a budget reduction in
Members, no.
in no way, shape, or form is this a
Absolutely.
service reduction. It was just that last year we were hit with a rather large last-minute increase that was considered capital and expense.
Correct.
That same increase we did not carry forward, and that's where the bulk of the savings is being achieved.
Correct. My understanding is because of the Moncton incident, there was some legislative requirements for training.
Right.
And weapons and stuff. And so it was across the organization, but this year's budget does not reflect that.
Excellent.
Tom? Lisa?
I was just wondering in regards to the salaries, if that includes any provisions to perhaps have extra policing throughout the early morning hours due to the increase in rural crime.
So there is a provision for some overtime. So the budget that the RCMP presents to us or provides to us has the 11 members. And there always is a provision for some overtime, but no additional member.
So just for clarification, so on a midnight shift per se, that's considered overtime if there's actual policing?
I would maybe let Greg speak to that.
Well, there are regular scheduled shifts, the cadence of which I hesitate to discuss, because bad guys are always listening. There are provisions for overtime for specific projects or if a specific need arose, crime problem, area problem, need for special attention. And then, pardon me?
Sorry, probably extra members on Canada Day. We probably engage extra members too.
Sometimes, yeah. Some
would
of
be
that is,
overtime.
yes. Yep.
Okay, so on regular scheduled days, we have not added extra money into the budget for extra patrols, is what I'm hearing.
What they're saying is none has been requested.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, one other thing that should be brought up as well. There are occasions when the staff allotment of members is not full during the year, and the town actually gets a rebate on the days where we do not have the full staff allotment. So somebody is transferred, not transferred in, and we don't have the full staff allotment, then that reconciliation is like the end of March or something like that every year, something like that, yeah.
Correct. So the budget, again, as they present to us, shows 11 members, but they anticipate at any given time there's like 9 point some members on because of training, vacation, maternity, transfers. So yes, we are, it does reconcile at the end of every fiscal year for them. Okay. Let's move on to our fire department. We were kept very busy last night. So for fire services, the 2018 budget was $399,045. The 2019 budget request is $420,800. Overall, when we take out the global numbers, it does show a decrease of $9,060. We decreased the revenue line item for fire services with municipal partners by $4,000. We did get notice from one of our partners. There's a change in the agreement coming. We increased sale of service $4,500. That's motor vehicle responses. It's pretty much based on what we've been seeing the last couple of years. We reduced a provision for AFRAX radios by $2,260. And we reduced overall repairs by $10,500 repair budget. And then there was an increase of end of third general supplies by $1,900 for some replacement nozzles. Any questions, Fred?
Do we have anything in a new ask for communication down the Wayne Valley? Was there anything in there to look at?
No, there's nothing that
No?
I'm aware of. Lisa?
So in regards to the total reduction in repairs on
Yes.
equipment, is that in regards to retiring Simon and purchasing a new truck?
I don't believe that would be in effect in 2019 because it takes a year pretty much to get that new fire truck once it's ordered. But I just think overall they've had a higher than has been required budget provision, and it was felt that if something of significance were to go and we weren't able to fund it just through our results at the time, we would be coming to council asking for special funding if required.
Correct, so it had been a buffer per se.
Yes,
Okay.
knowing that, Simon has been
Well, he got used.
Aging.
Unfortunately.
Any more questions? Okay. Disaster services in 2018, the budget was $71,405. 2019, the budget ask is $113,180. And the increase is really largely on interest that is to be anticipated for the borrowing bylaw for the debentures. And that represents about 1,000,001 in borrowing over 30 years. Okay, safety codes.
Actually, Barb, before we move on, could you just highlight for us the difference in the difference between the budget and the draft final in 2018? It's a glaring one where we didn't apparently spend any of the money that had been budgeted.
If I could circle back to you after a break, I would need to just refresh my brain on
Okay.
what. So I should have actually said in the preamble, we're not yet closed the 2018 actuals. So there are, as we go through it, there may be inventory values that need to be recorded. There may have been some prepaid stuff that hasn't yet been, I'm not suggesting that's in this function, but what I suspect in this function is there was revenue that has to be moved out when we received the flood readiness grant.
Yeah.
And the items were capitalized, and I haven't yet reconciled capital, so it's going to come out of this function as operating revenue, and it will get realized as capital revenue. So then this is going to change that draft final number for this function.
I had a
And I
sneaking
do
suspicion.
believe that's what it
that
is.
there was a reasonable explanation
Yeah.
that we probably, instead the answer wasn't going to be, no, we didn't spend any money, and we
Oh.
actually made some in disaster
No.
services. I doubted that was going to be the answer.
Because I know right off the bat, I have about 45,000 for the generator invoice,
Right.
and there's some, so I'm certain that's
Gotcha.
to be
Thank you.
done yet. Okay, so safety codes. The 2018 budget was 14,595. The 2019 budget is 14,185. And we increased revenue for permits by $3,150, and we decreased we increased other professional expense by $2,205, and they are correlated. So other professional expense is who services our safety codes inspection. So it's a cost of good to any revenue. Yes, Lisa?
Could you just explain to me what line item 221 is, gain or loss on disposal of asset for 2018?
Sure. So when we sell an asset, first of all, assets purchased are typically assigned to a function who required the asset. And then if the asset, every year the asset is amortized by 1% of the use over the time of the life of the asset. And so when we sell the asset, if it cost $1,000 and we've amortized 50% of its life and the book value is now $500, and if we sell it for $100, then we've taken a loss of $400 because our books say there's still $500 worth of value in that asset. And if we sell it for $750, then we've had a gain on disposal of $250. So similar to selling your house. If you gain money on your house, it's a capital gain. Unfortunately, you don't get to claim the loss, but
Shucks. Okay, thanks, Barb.
does that help?
Was there anything specific? Because it was like nothing in 2015, nothing in 2016, nothing in 2017. So I was just wondering what 2018 was.
Oh, it's the Crown Vic. Apparently it was assigned to that
my.
function.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Tom?
Does the safety codes contract come up every year? I can't remember.
No, I believe it's a 5-year
5-year?
contract, and it was awarded last year.
Okay.
Any more questions? Safety codes for Palliser. Then the budget in 2018 was $13,965. The budget request for 2019, $10,475. And we just increased service by $1,025, I believe. We increased their fees by CPI each year, which I think was 2.1 for December, or for 2018. Development permits, 2603. 2018 budget was 71,425. 2019 budget, 67,890. Aside from the global changes, there was an increase in budget of 11,450. We did reduce the permits by 8,500 based on our historical costs. Thought it was really important to align some of those when we were really aligning our expenses and getting the more reshave things. Printing and binding is just simply an allocation, but it's a new line item of 1,700. We're trying to better track who's doing the copying within the organization and where the cost should rest. Any questions? Okay, moving on to animal control, 2610, 2018. The budget request was 14,225, and in 2019, the request is 15,800, a difference, an increase of 1,575. Of that, we've increased the other professional line item by $1,000, and that's the provision for destructive animal control. Weed control. 2611, 2018 budget request was 41,290. 2019 budget request is 32,270, which is a reduction of 6,450, not factoring in again the globals. And we've reduced the other general services line item by 5,200, which is the provision for contract spraying. Yes, Tom?
Yeah, do we anticipate any increase in things like weed control considering the new bylaws? We have a bit more restrictions on weeds and that for tourism corridor and community standards. Do we anticipate any increase?
Would that be like for our properties along the corridor, do you mean, maintaining of?
Well, I
Or do
guess
you mean
the tourism
enforcement?
corridor bylaw speaks to increasing costs of maintenance along these areas, decreasing the interval time of leaving weeds grow, for example, that they're going to have to be cut more often, more frequently, in more different places. Well, if the property doesn't, then the town will and charge it back. I don't know.
Well, we typically, I don't mean to interrupt, sorry. So if it's enforcement, then if we have to contract out and enforce, we contract that service out, and then that, we don't do it in-house. We have a service provider that does that, and then the costs of doing so then gets transferred on to the owner's property taxes. There's been no provision built in for increased bylaw enforcement labor. I just suspect that that will just divert their attentions from one thing over to that bylaw. And similarly, no additional provisions for public works to address properties along the corridor that are the towns. But then again, it would just be a reallocation of priorities, I suspect, of our existing staff.
No, Tom, I think we're pretty good in the equipment right now. I think we're good. I think the only thing that might be a downfall is if we do have a dry year and we do get more weeds, are we going to be able to, contract that out? I can't predict what's going to happen in the year, though.
Okay. We do still have, some money for ourselves for provision. We've just not used it, and so we reduced it some. Mosquito control, if I may move on. Yes?
Yeah, I guess I always bring up the idea that mosquito control to me is kind of like snow removal. Depends on the year. So is there provision if we do get a wet year for like more than one spraying, do you think? I mean, I think we're budgeting for one spraying, and
Correct.
is there any kind of provision there, do you think, Kevin, maybe?
I guess the good thing on that, Tom, is we have a inventory stock that is good right now, so we don't have to purchase any more chemicals, our larvicide. We have definitely, the last 2 years, haven't been out doing any helicopter spraying. So what we do now is we have a 3/4 ton truck there. We put larvicide into the roadside ditches, which seems to be a little bit effective. If we have to go and spray, I'm sure we could do a one complete spray for sure. And if we have to do another spray, like you say, the snow removal, we'll have to ask for more money.
So mosquito control, the budget 2018 was 67,820. The request for 2019 is 57,570. Taking out the global impacts was a reduction of $1,100, and we reduced other general services by $1,000. Engineering admin. We good? 3101 is the function number. 2018 budget was $583,040. The 2019 budget request is $604,040. And we increased travel and subsistence by $3,000, which is a one-time provision for the relocation assistance for our new Director of Infrastructure. We have a new line item, budget line item, printing and binding of $1,200, but again, it is a allocation expense, just allocated from 1201. And we increased stationery and office expenses in this function $2,000 to better reflect historical cost, and it's partially reallocated from 1201, which is admin. Yes?
So Barb, salaries and benefits, which is the biggest line item here, you've pointed out that the new Director of Infrastructure, obviously a good chunk of their salary is under this business unit. Who else is in there?
Definitely a part of an executive assistant. I imagine actually there might be part of the EA over at Public Works. I'm not sure who else is in there. Part of the CAO?
Okay.
Part of myself, perhaps?
Okay.
No?
I know that allocation is a quarter point here and a tenth of a point there, and I'm just trying to understand who we're paying for there, because when it's under engineering as opposed to under infrastructure, it's confusing. When I first looked at it, it's like, oh, okay, is that the final figure of what we're actually spending on engineering consultants? And of course it isn't.
No,
right?
no, I know. I still need to pull that consultant number for you.
Yeah. So then the only question I have is, when it comes to an area that primarily is made up of people, what are we amortizing?
Engineering. I have to go look and see what's allocated in there.
Okay, so the same thing.
So
Could be
my-
a bit of this and a bit of that. I mean, $200,000 worth of
Vehicles,
amortization expense is
I'm not
significant.
Yeah, we'll take a look to see what's in that function
Okay.
being amortized.
Thanks. Because, I mean, I could get behind, we need to amortize Daryl, but he might not agree.
You're capturing this, yeah, right, because I'll forget. Okay. Workshops, 3102. 2018 budget request was 277,690. Budget request for 2019, $337,080. Again, when you take out the large salary allocation adjustments and whatnot, we're searching for 5,995 in increased expenses. We do have a new line item for rent with the Valley Bus located now at the workshop. That's $1,200 for the year. We overall reduced repairs budgets by $2,000. We increased other general services expense by $7,695. This is largely due to the additional inspection requirements at the new shop for cranes and hoist inspections and whatnot. Kevin could speak to that. And we increased the safety material clothing budget $1,100 just based on historical cost. Jay?
I know there's so many areas, again, Barb, in the unfinished draft finals, where the allocations aren't complete yet.
Yes.
But this is an area that jumped out as an overage that bears some explanation.
Yeah, I can speak to this for certain. Many costs incurred after we moved into the building, the new shop, were expensed and rather than capitalized. So when we built a new office for the mechanic, we built the new EOC room, that kind of stuff was all expensed. And then additionally for 6-8 months now, we've been paying to utilities, to
Right. Yeah.
stuff
So
like that.
You're,
yeah.
you're going to say that the overwhelming overwhelming costs that may have been overrun from the budget anticipated are definitely in relation to having two buildings for a period of time and the expenses related to moving.
Yeah,
Is
I
that what
will
you're
be
saying?
moving quite a bit of expenses out to capitalize. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Fred?
Kevin, will that be a yearly inspection? Do those cranes and all that stuff have to be done yearly?
Yeah, that's annually, Fred, for sure. It's a big crane that we have to inspect now, so that's just add on to all the other cranes we're inspecting.
Okay. Moving on to roads. 3202 function. The budget for 2018 was $1,127,027. Budget for 2019 was $1,088,570. It's a large decrease once we take out the global adjustments, a decrease of $60,400. There was an increase in amortization expense. Contracted, we reduced provision for contracted snow hauling by $9,900. We reduced the repairs structures budget by $45,000. 12 of that was a provision for bridge inspection, which we are alternating. There was just one done with the floods and not in 2018, so we're skipping 19 and again do it again on 2020. And then there was provisions for catch basins, concrete milling, and stuff that really should be part of the capital work. So we eliminated a large provision there. We reduced chemicals and salts 1,000, and we reduced sand and gravel provision by 4,000.
Sorry, Barb, is that saving sand and gravel just because of the least amount of snow, Kevin? Is that where the saving come in?
That probably is correct, Heather. So we are saving quite a bit on that. Again, depending on the year, right?
Right, so this past, in the 2018, we didn't have as much snow removal, so that obviously sets off in there. And why are we out such a difference in our budget to our draft final? Do you know why?
I can speak to that. It would be all amortization. So throughout the year, I actually record actual amortization, but our amortization for roads and streets is about 60% or 40% of actual. So the one function, overall, we budget, or our budget covers about 70% of amortization in total. The utility budget shows full amortization. Tax supported, all functions are fully amortized except roads and streets, and that's where we show our shortfall.
Yeah, line 381, 2254 repair structures. We budgeted $90,000 for this year. We spent 38. We don't have anywhere in any of those other years anywhere close to 90,000. Seems to me that, so we anticipated repairing something and then we didn't do it.
That's the bridges.
Sorry, that's the line item we reduced 45,000 by 45,000.
Yeah, I guess my question
Yeah.
is, we budgeted 90,000 this year, and I'm just wondering why we budgeted that much. Was there some big repair that we were thinking of, or?
No, I do believe, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, please, but I do believe every year there has been this provision for catch basins and concrete milling and that, and it's just been done as part of our capital work, and so it hasn't been expensed under this line item, is my understanding.
I don't think I can answer that, Barbara.
Flood mitigation since 2013.
That's kind of, I can circle back, but when I was sitting with Daryl, that's the understanding I've had is, and my note was it should be capital work when we put out our roads and streets tenders.
I would agree it should be capital, but perhaps double check to see if that stems back from 2013, because I know there was a lot of discussion after the last flood in regards to catch basins, especially in Midland and area.
So just, we will do that, and just to assure, then we do have a budget of still 45,000 in that line item, even after the reduction. Okay, and we will check on that, absolutely. Okay, street lighting. 3203 function, 2018 budget was $393,235. 2019 budget is $519,650. There's an increase of 3,000 for repairs, structures, and otherwise you can see 127,000 of that is a global number, which is the increased electricity cost for next year. Yes, streetlights are not cheap. An extra hour of darkness, we never did factor that in. Yes, Fred?
Does that include like us moving into LEDs, or is that the actual cost of the electricity and delivery?
That's the electrical bill, yes.
Is that because some of our forward contracting has come to an end, Barb? Is that why we're seeing such a big increase in the utility cost there, or?
Yeah, like we continually buy, so there is probably a transition year, probably 2019
I
was
think
a new
what's fair
year.
to say, guys, is that we've actually had a pretty great
Oh,
deal
we have.
on electricity for a long time because of some incredibly forward-thinking planning done by previous councils, but that eventually those contracts come to an end, right?
And we continue to buy into the future, but it seems to me there was a big chunk of a revise from tariffs, wasn't it, Ellen? EA, we'll look into that, because I know we had gotten a budget, so Energy Associates who are broker and they provide our budget to us every year based on our future contracts that we have entered into, and we had a redraft of our budget this year and I thought it was tariffs. I'll look over the break, and it was like about another 50 or 60,000, which a big part of it is either streetlights or rec is our two big users, right? So I'll look. And that was over above the already revised budget they'd given us.
But yeah, just to add into that, Fred, previous councils had given direction to administration to pre-purchase lump sum amount of electricity, which saved a dramatic amount of money for this community. So it's a given that we're going to see an increase after having such a grace period.
So on that note, though, we have and we continue to set aside money every year to reserves for future utility cost, knowing that we're saving money now to help kind of bridge that pain down the road. Yeah. Good. Okay, we ready to move on? Traffic services, 3204 function. The 2018 budget request was $61,890. The 2019 request, $49,560. And aside from the global adjustments, then we were looking to save a reduction of $1,650, and $1,000 of that is in other general services. Moving on to airport. Function 3301, 2018 budget, $138,620. 2019 budget request, $132,660, a reduction of $5,175. And of that, $5,000 is a reduction to repairs structures. And it is a result of the accelerated crack fill program ending. So we had an accelerated program for the last 3 years, I believe, Kevin?
Yeah, that's correct. We've had 3 years where we put $10,000 in each year to do the crack filling on the runway and the tarmac. That is completed now, so we'll just go back to, I think it is our $3,500 per year.
Jay?
Thanks, Barb. I'm not a big fan of spot zoning, but I wanted to ask about maybe some spot financing. The long-term strategy of this council is to, I believe, if I'm, and please correct me if I'm wrong, everybody, is to divest ourselves of this asset. Currently, we're finding that to be a real struggle. We're not getting any opportunity to even sit at a table and discuss with our regional partners who should own and pay for the airport. And when it comes to an asset that we fully expect to constantly make reinvestments in and eventually have to replace significant amounts of infrastructure, I'm fully on board with amortizing. But out of that $130,000, $66,000 is the amortization costs. And so I'm wondering if it wouldn't make your accountant head explode that in this particular, since we have no intention of continuing to be the sole provider of airport services in terms of expense in this area 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, that we would cease amortization for this particular asset. I do not plow a lot of money into a sinking fund for repairs for a car for which I do not intend to own it more than 2 years into the future. The same would go for this particular asset. Ideally, if we'd had any luck with bringing either a private partner to the table already or Starland County to the table already, we would have hopefully already divested ourselves of this asset, or at least included someone else in the revenue or in the expense part of it. So I'm reluctant to continue to fund amortization on something that I really hope is called someone else's airport within 5 years.
So I can appreciate what you're saying, but I don't believe that as an accountant, unless we could prove that it's not losing value, we would not be able to not amortize, because it is a legislative requirement, right? So unless we can say that whatever the net book value is now, that we don't see that deteriorating, and we can prove that to the auditors, I would not be able to amortize.
I had a feeling that might be a reason why we couldn't. It's just, it's aggravating, right? It's half the cost of operating it on an annual basis. And even the fact that we're in the business of operating it still is of no small sore point to a number of us. So That's an answer. It's not the one I was hoping for, but it's an answer.
And unfortunately, we're not fully budgeting or covering our entire amortization as it is. That,
Yeah. What percent again, Barb, would you say?
I think
80?
we're at about 70%.
70%. Okay, thank you. Boo.
Okay. I guess the only positive thing is it's a non-cash expense. It's not cash going out the door.
Yeah, and just, I just got an email the other day from a possible grant for airports, so I forwarded that on to them to check that out as well, to see if we can get some help there.
Okay, let's move on to waste, solid waste. Heather Nolan. Garbage. I'm trying to be politically correct. 2018, the budget request was $323,600. In 2018, the request is $300,500. We have a reduction of $20,340 to the budget. The number one is we've increased revenue $25,000 because the rate monthly fee went up a quarter. The last was a quarter, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was 25 cents the monthly fee when utility rate bylaw was passed. And then other professional, there's an increase in $5,000, and that would be our service provider, GFL's contract reflection, plus any additional services that have been added on over the year. Questions? Tom?
And that is a 5-year contract as well?
I believe it's a 5-year contract, but I also believe it has a clause for renewal.
And this is our second year,
Ellen, is this
our
our
third year?
Oh, I'm not sure. Time has a way of, for sure, 2 years. It might be the,
Might be
is it?
3.
time has a way of, it's not my dog. I wasn't walking it, know exactly when I need to go out for proposal. Okay, FCSS. So I just want to talk a minute about FCSS and that it's a reminder that FCSS programs is a grant funded. So we do receive funding from the government. It's an 80-20 contribution. So they contributed 80%. We're required to contribute 20%, which works out to about 58,000 contribution, give or take, of the town, and the grant funding is about 264. I'm getting in April, she knows the numbers off the top of her head. So again, in order for us to get the $264,000 grant, we have to commit to the 58 that, and this budget then reflects that. So you'll find overall, some numbers may have changed significantly, say, but at the end of the day, the sum of the 5 or 6 functions under FCSS will equate to that $58,000 minimum requirement that we have to make. So for admin, did you say 58 or 68? 58. It's about 58,600. I'm going to say the town has to contribute. So if you look, the sum of all the functions that start with a 5-1. So we have 5101, 5103, 5105, 5106, 5121. The sum of all of those will result in a total expenditure to the town of $58,000. So the same thing, if you totaled, that's our draft final right now. The 68 is just a draft final. Okay. But if you were to total all of the 2018 budget line items, it should total 58,500 roughly, plus in 2018's case, an additional 20,000 that was approved for counseling. Okay, so that counseling ask is not in here in these 2019 budget figures. They have been put forward as a 2019 new ask because last year it was a one-year request. So it wasn't reflected in our rolling budget. But the sum of all these will total the 58, give or take $1 or $2. I double checked my math, but. So I could just start walking through FCSS admin. The budget in 2018 was $108,745 of revenue. This year, the request shows a revenue of $72,855. And overall, with the salary changes, the global changes, there is an increase in the ask to other general services of $1,000 in this function. Senior services, their budget in 2018 was $89,300. Their budget in 2019 is $76,540. They have reduced their project budget by $600. And here I've listed what is included in their project budget. So their total budget for project under senior services is $5,150. And of that, $500 is set aside for volunteer recognition. $2,850 is set aside for their Christmas seniors lunch. $800 is set aside for seniors week. And $1,000 has been designated for the seniors wellness fair.
Sorry, Barb, did we just, did we get rid of 5102, the handyman services, completely?
5102 was eliminated 2 years ago, April, and was consolidated into seniors. I'll let April speak to that.
Okay, thanks.
Because Rose administers that program, it made more sense to have it sit under seniors rather than have an entirely separate budget for it.
And just so I'm clear, so this budget includes, I guess, cessation of the criminal record check and photocopying that we talked about at a prior council meeting as well?
The 5101 does.
Okay.
Yes, 5101 does. It wasn't sitting under seniors, which is what we're on right now. It was sitting under 5101 before.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so then I'll just move into the 5105, which is seasonal. The budget request for 2018 was $23,065. The 2019 request is $27,325. And of that, the project line item has been increased by $13,020. So here again, the project line item total budget is $20,370. And what is funded in that budget is Family Fun, Roots of Empathy, Volunteer Appreciation, Leaders of Tomorrow. And then in this line item, I actually have a provision, a place marker of funds of $13,495, and I needed to do that to ensure that we met our obligation of $58,000. So we've parked it in project, and April will determine how that best is to be allocated at this time. And then also, just overall under this umbrella, again, is after school care. Last year's budget was $24,575. This year's budget request is $0. The program has ended and is being managed or provided through a different service provider. So those funds then have been allocated by April throughout her other functions within FCSS umbrella. And then finally, indirect programs, 5121. The 2018 budget was $54,065. This year's budget is $27,500. Here you'll see it was reduced by $26,565. You'll see that $20,000 of that was the subsidized counseling, and then $6,565 of that is a reduction in actual copier usage, elimination of the community photocopying provision, and elimination of the criminal records check provision. So all of those functions then provide FCSS at a cost of 58,500 roughly. Yes, Jay?
So I can't let it go uncommented on. We are out of the business of providing after-school care,
Correct.
but the savings were not realized, they were redistributed.
Correct.
Boo.
To reflect the 58,000, that's the 20% required, but in order for us to have an FCSS program, we have to spend the 58,000.
So what about the subsidized counseling then, April? Is that done?
It's, so there is a new ask
Oh,
at
okay,
the
that's
end
right,
to
yeah.
cover it.
Okay,
which,
but that's
you know,
just off of
hopeful.
here. Okay. And what about the position, that extra position that I thought is due up in March? Is that not right? Maybe I misunderstood.
There is a new ask for a position as well.
Okay, I'm going to move on to one other function then that falls under April's purview, and that would be CBI, what's known as CBI formally. So this is, how do I say this? This program is, the requirements is zero requirement on the side of the town's zero commitment requirement. It is 100% grant funded. However, the last 2 years, the town has committed to funding. I believe last year we committed 13,375,
13,775.
and this year the ask is around 12,600. What I can say, and April, feel free to speak on this, but the program, we were given notice the program would end in March of 2019, and we were, budget had reflected that, and then we were given notice in January that they are renewing the program for 1 more year. So this budget reflects again an extension of 1 year, and their program runs April 1st to March 31st, so you will see that 1 year falling into 2020 Q1, the expenditures. So on this program, again, the ask changed. Last year's budget 9925. I have to double check that. This year's request 12825. And so we did increase provision for promotional materials by 3,000. So there, just kind of shows that program has been funded year over year over year in the amount of 42,685, and it used to fund a full-time person, but they've continued to get the funding and never have increased the value. So over the years, we've had to find ways to fund that full-time person, be it additional funds or cost sharing with FCSS, in order to continue operating. Fred?
I noticed that the program covers the town as well as the areas of Starling County. Being that we're throwing into the pile, have we approached Starling County to see whether they'll cooperate with us as well?
I did speak with the FCSS director for Starling County and asked that they put a request in their operating budget. So waiting to hear.
Okay, everybody good? Gonna move on. All right, let's go to cemetery then, 5601. Yes, Tom?
Could I just speak to the Seniors Foundation
Sure.
for just a second? So the Seniors Foundation will be presenting a budget to council in April. We're a little delayed because we've had some staffing changes and stuff. And I just wanted to mention the requisition that the Seniors Foundation is proposing for 2019 is a zero increase over 2018. But the problem is there will be an increase to Drumheller because of the change in equalized assessments. So the equalized assessments for Starland, who's the other major player, have gone down because of the linear assessments, and the equalized assessment for Drumheller has actually gone up. So Drumheller will actually be paying a slightly higher percentage of the overall requisition. Does that make any sense?
Okay. Cemetery 5601. In 2018, the request was $36,450. 2019, the request is $18,410. Aside from the global reallocations, we reduced the sale of land 3,000 based on actuals, and then we reduced repairs to equipment budget by 1,000.
Can I just ask on the memorial program, Kevin, on the benches, is that a full cost recovery? Like we actually, when we're selling the benches, we make sure that all the costs of public works are included in that, just not just the bench?
We reviewed that price this year, so we're recouping the money back this year. In the past years, we've did not charge for our labor. We recouped the price for the bench itself, but we did not recoup the money for us, our public works, putting them together and placing them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, moving on to municipal planning. In 2018, the budget was $110,725. 2019 budget request $111,725. It increased $1,000, and this would be Palliser's fee. HICDEV 6201. Again, some exciting stuff happening this year in HICDEV. There are several requests when we get to the new ask line items relating to HICDEV, but for now, the 2018 budget request was $136,870. The 2019 budget request is $189,190, which is an additional $19,490 over above the global numbers. So just walking through, an additional $2,500 for conventions and registrations. The funds were reallocated from the provision for education in prior year. We have a new line item for postage of $750. We have an increase of $12,200 for travel and subsistence. Of that, there's a one-time provision of $7,500 for relocation allowance. We increased municipal membership fees $6,090 for a provision for local intel, $5,800. It's something we're already paying. I'm not sure if it was a new item last year. We decreased education $2,450, and we've reallocated some of that to the convention and registrations. We increased project by $400. We increased stationery, or a new line item, $1,000. It was reallocated from 1201. We have a brand new line item, other general supplies, $1,000. That was based on the request of our new AcDev officer, or manager. We reduced $5,000 grants to other, and it was a provision for grants to local businesses, non-matching. So we were going to grant, it was a non-matching grant. It was a line item in 2018. And then we increased the expense for rebates for the provision based on the new incentive bylaw for demolition, I think it was, or something that would have a cost to us. So if I talk about then what is actually in that project line item, 295, the total budget there is 16.5, and it's broken down as follows: 4,000 for film attraction and local support, 10,000 for leverage funding for matching grants that we can tap into, $1,000 for community meetings with realtors and whatnot, and then $1,500 for heritage building plaques. Fred?
Is there some sort of a breakdown you could provide after for the film part for 4,000, please?
That's all I have is, I believe, is that all we have on film? Yeah, that's all we have. Maybe Julia can speak to that.
So this has been a fund that's been ongoing and it's transferred over the years. And it was to set up, we had a film handbook and pages on our website. I would say that last year we didn't really spend anything. We had a couple of training sessions on attracting films, but we
Right.
didn't spend $4,000.
Does that item need to be there? Can we address that individually in a new ask? and
Sure.
Do
I
a
think-
proper amount?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Also, Julia, on the Intel, I thought we were putting that, like, nobody was really happy with that site.
So we've cancelled. This was the amount we paid. So the contract has come to an end, and it's the. I mean, I know that the new person wants an economic development website, so the money has been left there, but the contract has ended with the local Intel at this time.
Okay, so that's for a new economic,
Yeah.
okay, perfect. And I'm just curious, like, is in here in these dollars, is there anything about Cape and urban systems in these numbers?
So urban systems was a one-off. That was the capital for downtown. So that was urban systems. So that's not in here. Cape is in here under memberships.
Okay, so that's the part of this 6,000, so Cape is the difference, is that?
Yeah.
How I read it, the 2,000 and something?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, and you said that was that budget to the website. Now that's going to fix our existing, or?
No, this is a separate website. This was an economic development specialised website. And so we had a contract with local Intel. That contract has now ended, but we've kept the money for next year because we know that economic development won its own website.
Okay.
So the only comment I would make on all that is the heritage building plaques at $1,500. If I recall correctly, at one point in time, a plaque was almost $900. So planning on 1.5 buildings per year, considering we have such a large heritage inventory, unless Fred has some further intel on pricing.
I was asked to just give an idea what alternatives there were, but I don't believe that number's realistic either. It won't be as high as probably you're thinking, but it's not as low as that.
And I have to say, we've bought one plaque out of that line since in the time that I've been here for the school museum.
I just know that the Heritage Arts and Culture is really quite a motivated
Okay.
board, so I could foresee in the future that
And it
definitely
might
needs to
be
bumped
worth
up.
moving from economic development. Is that, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's really the right place for that.
That'd be a smart move.
okay, so Trev and I are just asking here about, so are we still in with Cape, or is that
We
up
are
to the
still
new
in
person?
we are still in with Cape until, because their year is separate to ours. I think we recently paid for the 2019-2020, so then it will come up. Well, it might be till June. They have a different year to us, so I think it's half and half. It kind of goes till June.
Okay, so the new person will decide this
They can
June.
decide.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so I remember we talked in council about looking at that when it came up for renewal. It wasn't just a given. Yeah.
Just, I know it's a small potato thing, but just on the heritage plaques, it's quite I mean, the plaque is the last thing.
Right.
And so, there's that committee has only helped shepherd one organization through the entire lengthy process. So the likelihood that despite their motivation, that by the end of 2019, we'll have 3 or 4 actual provincial designations, you think there's a good chance?
I would argue that I'm not sure this is for provincial designations, but rather designating the fact that
Yes.
we have a heritage
In the
building.
town. So
In the
this is
town
for
of
the
Drumheller.
town. So this is when they go through the process just for the municipality. So it's not to do with provincial.
okay.
So it's just local.
Okay, are we moving on? Okay, moving on to Valley Bus. 6202, so in 2018, the budget request was $77,020. 2019, the budget request is $81,490. And it does have the provision for an increase of $1,550 for their municipal requisition. Okay, tourism, 6204. We need to like Paul Diamond, like umpire. Okay, budget for 2018 was $110,985. 2019 budget request $113,935. Taking out the global expenses, actually a reduction of $11,100 to this function. So we reduced other professional by 2,000. There was a provision for consultant study for social media. We increased the contracted price to the chamber by CPI, which was $1,000, and we decreased Travel Drumheller grant by 50% down to 10,000, and that again was a directive from the rolling budget when it was first prepared that 2019 was included. Yep. Subdivision. Sorry, Fred.
I'm sorry. The 14,280 then is the increase to minimum wage for the person that we have down there. Is that correct? Is that a new ask?
No, so none of the salaries and stuff are new ask, is how it was allocated, but I believe we factored into tourism actually this time the part-time event coordinator. Is that where it got put into tourism? This is my guess.
Is Roger Brooks in this, or is that a new ask, or is that
That would be a new
something else?
ask, yeah.
Did Travel Drumheller come back at us to request that we maintain our funding at last year's level?
I haven't personally heard anything.
So the Travel Drumheller has a new chair. I was the chair for a while. We lost a few chairs on the committee, and so Ryan Semchuk is now the chair of Travel Drumheller, and he is looking to come back on the 11th of March to do a presentation to you guys.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, subdivision 6601, the budget ask 2018 was 14,185. The budget in 2019 request is 12,700. It's a decrease of 1485, and that is the interest on the debenture that was taken out for Hillsview subdivision, and that debenture has now been retired. Land rentals 6602, budget no change.
Just
Oh, sorry.
back to subdivision. I noticed the budget for 2018 was 350,000, the actual 124, that may not be finalized. Doesn't seem to anywhere close to any of the past years
I have a budget
that
of,
we've got 350,000, so I'm
that's
just wondering
sales.
about that.
So it's sales and it's offset by, I think I anticipated, or I'm hopeful we would sell 5 lots. I think, no, what would that be? 4 lots? But then it's offset by the cost of the goods sold, the lot.
Okay, I'm just saying, it doesn't
Yeah.
look like it's anywhere close over the last number of years.
Would you like
so
me to reduce those?
It may be a bit optimistic. I mean, I am an optimistic person, but
It's, what she's trying to say though, Tom, is that it's almost a complete in and out. And so the.
Yes,
so-
it's the
matter.
legal
so it's-
costs and
So
it's,
reducing the number of things we plan to sell is also going to have an equal reduction in the amount of revenue, so, right? So we're not saving any money by being less optimistic about the number of lot sales.
correct. I'm looking positive this year. This is the year, right? Okay, sorry, so I kind of skipped over land rentals quickly, but there is no changes to land rentals with a budget of revenue 3,700. Public housing, 6701. Budget 2018 was 91,834. Budget 2019, 92,669. An increase of $1,185. We increased the provision for the operating deficit by $2,500. So we pay 10% of the operating deficit there. And then there was a reduction in the interest. The debenture for this building, I believe, expires in 2021, January of 2021, I believe.
So is that, forgive me, Barb, is that debenture for Hunts or Green Tree? Or is that debenture on Sandstone?
Hans Greentree, I think it's Canada Mortgage Housing from like
Okay,
about 30
okay,
years ago.
right.
Yeah.
So just to clarify,
Or
that's,
maybe it's,
that's that 10% operating reflects the 10% of Hunts and Sandstone that we own. Of course, the social housing or subsidized housing where someone could pay $120 a month for a 3-bedroom apartment because the rent is subsidized based on they won't pay more than 30% of their income for their housing. We always have to come up with our 10% of that. Yeah. But it sounds like we're almost done after 40 years of paying for our share of the building.
paying for the interest on the, but I don't know if the deficit and the operating, if that ends after.
Well, no, actually, we'll
We'll just
those-
stop paying the interest on the.
Just the interest. Those
yeah.
contracts are going to just renew.
Continue on, yeah. So probably it's a good thing the interest will go away because as the building ages, the operating expense will get higher and higher and we'll just trade it off for. Okay, chamber. Tourism building, 6902. 2018 had a budget of 9650. 2019 has a budget request of 1600. A reduction of 8,000, and that was a one-time provision in 2018 for an air conditioner for the building. Okay. Old Cells, 6904. 2018 budget was 4,060. The 2019 request is 4827, which is was a decrease of $100 aside from the global numbers. Yes?
so do we charge Citizens on Patrol any rent for that, or is that just
No,
free charge?
nope, the rent is no charge.
Okay.
RCMP building, 6905. 2018 had a budget of 45,119. 2019 has a budget request of 37,668, which is a decrease in general expenses of 5101. And of that, we reduced our repairs provision of $6,500. We deferred painting for one year, and that was $3,000. And we reduced the roof repair budget of $3,500, or by $3,500. Recreation admin, 7201, 2018 budget, 453,375. 2019 budget, 742,335. The number one change in this budget is an increase of amortization expense by 330,000, and that was a reallocation from 7404. So if you remember last year's budget discussions, all the functions were under the primary admin, all the amortization except BCF. BCF was in itself had an amortization line. So now we've reallocated that from BCF into rec admin, where the Aquaplex and the arena amortization and everything else. So that was, so other than that, other than the amortization and the change in salary allocations and whatnot, no change to any expenses there. Yes?
So why do we have 7201 and 7404? I mean, they're all community facilities. I'm just wondering,
So 72-1 is like that, kind of that umbrella. So in particular, when we had a director of community services or some you didn't want to allocate just to one particular function. So I'd almost hate to eliminate it now because we have kind of directed all the amortization to those umbrella like engineering admin, recreation admin, but that's what the purpose was, kind of if that expense couldn't be allocated to a specific department, then it was kind of the recreation umbrella.
so in the future, are we going to look at 7404 and split out other things from that as well?
7404, then everything else should be specifically to 7404. Amortization was the only thing that seemed off in there. 7404 should not be any other costs other than unique to that facility.
And what facility is that?
Oh, that's BCF.
So I'm confused like Tom. So we're saying that recommend, this number includes amortization for all of the recreations,
Correct.
but yet the costs are individual for each location. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
If you're confused, I need to try to explain it differently.
It's just a harmonization of a previous practice. In previous years, the amortization expense for the arena and the swimming pool were under rec admin, but the BCF had been allocated just to itself. So from an optic standpoint, it looked less efficiently run.
Correct.
When in reality, it was just accounting practice and allocation as to where its amortization should go. So if we're going to say all amortization for rec facilities goes under rec admin, then it all should, and that's all they're saying is now they've included the BCF in there. If we can say actually none of it should be, that should be portioned out to each and every one of those facilities, we could say that too. But but as it stands right now, this is just a fix from a previous question about why does the BCF special and have its
Right.
owning its own amortization when the other major facilities in town are not.
Correct. Thank you. Well said. Okay. So on to Aquaplex, 7202. In 2018, the budget was 681,835. In 2019, the budget is 691,770. And again, sure, I could.
I think let's just take a 10-minute break and let everybody regroup
That'd be
here, 'cause
awesome.
this stuff's going to get heavy. Okay, so let's go back at 4:15. All right. Thank you for the break. Let's carry on, and we are at Aquaplex. Barb?
Perfect, thank you, Your Worship. So the budget request in 2018 for the Aquaplex was $681,835. The budget request for 2019 is $691,770. When you factor the changes in salary and other global allocations, overall budget expenses request has been reduced by $23,120. So we've increased revenue overall by $15,200. The next line item drawn from capital reserve is offset by the repairs capital reinvestment program. They can be ignored. Convention registrations we reduced by $1,250. Travel and subsistence reduced $1,250. Overall, we reduced our repairs budget by $96.50. Most of that is reoccurring annual maintenance that won't be required this year because of all the work that's been done. Other general services we increased by $2,775 to better reflect our historical costs, and we increased chemicals and salt by $1,500. And that is the Aquaplex. Yes, Tom?
Do we know, or can we get any kind of an estimate or figure on how much it cost us when the Aquaplex was shut down because of the leak? Can we figure that out? We're like, was that insurance? Was that, we had a reduction of staff costs, but we had a reduction of revenue? Any idea what something like that might have cost?
I personally can't speak to that at this moment.
But just to clarify, Tom, are you asking, is there a way to offset that lost revenue because somehow it was warranted and so someone should be making us whole from the revenue we lost? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I
'Cause I
just
don't think
mentioned to
that's
Lisa,
accurate.
do we have business interruption insurance?
Yeah.
And obviously we don't. And so I was just curious about, how that works. I mean, obviously all the repairs and that were done on warranty, I'm assuming, and that didn't cost us anything, but I'm just wondering if there was any kind of significant lost revenue there that we could calculate, and probably not a lot.
Moving on to Arena then. 2018 budget request, $516,435. 2019 budget request, $588,725. Aside from the global numbers, we increased rental for the building $5,000. The draw from capital reserves and the capital reinvestment program are a wash. Those are, again, large maintenance items that we choose to fund through reserves. When you see a draw from capital reserve and a capital reinvestment program, that's what that means. So larger, unusual expenditures. Repairs, overall, we reduced our repair budget by $28,675. We deferred or eliminated a $7,000 provision for painting. We eliminated a $5,800 provision for roof vents and hoods. We deferred a Zamboni repair provision for 2 years. That was $2,500. We should be getting our new Zamboni in shortly. And then we had a one-time provision for additional compressor repairs of $12,200 in our 2018 budget. Other general services, we reduced by $23.20, and we increased other general supplies by $1,350. Parks, questions?
So annually, did they paint the inside of the building every year due to the wear and tear generally in there? I know that there was an upgrade, well, maybe not so much an upgrade, but Dragon's colors that were painted throughout the building.
Yeah, that was a few years ago, at least we painted that. And we do paint the bleachers every year. Every 2 years we'll paint the brickwork in there, and the lobby will get a painting every 2 years also. This year we'll be painting probably, well, we won't be probably, we will be painting the bleachers and the boardwalk.
Okay, so you're not eliminating all painting and upkeep in the building?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay, moving on to parks, 7204. 2018 budget was $561,615. 2019 budget, $538,045. Eliminating the global expenditures, it's an overall increase to the budget of $4,255. We reduced the provision for rental of equipment by $1,000. We did increase other general services by $6,600, and the comment I had was provision increased for pesticide contract. And then we reduced safety materials in this function by $1,000. Kevin, are you able to speak at all to the pesticide contract, or would that have been a reg?
The pesticide, that would be, we're talking mosquito?
I don't know the comment, so it must have been a reg request, because the comment I had just said pesticide contract. So I'm not sure if we have a contract in the provision that costs have gone up from new tendering, or?
Yeah, the only, we have a weed herbicide. As far as the pesticide goes, we really have no contractor that does anything other than the larvicide in our mosquito program.
I'll get some more clarity from Reg on that one item then.
Were we, I thought we were talking about hiring an arborist. Was that somewhere in here, or a new request, or, I can't remember.
That was, Tom, we actually hired we were looking for an arborist. We were looking for a lot of qualifications, one that was arborist, one that could spray pesticide, one that has mosquito license. We had one candidate that actually looked really good on paper. They took another job with the city of Saskatoon, so we were left with, we did actually make an offer on a candidate. We're waiting for him to accept the offer. What he has is, he doesn't have an arborist ticket, but he's got a lot of landscape experience. He's got, he has to, if he accepts the offer, get his mosquito license, spiting fly license, and he will hopefully get his herbicide and pesticide license also. That candidate does not exist out there that we're looking for, in my opinion.
So would he be able to take his arborist as well then? Because then that would kind of solve a bit of that issue that we're having.
Lakeside College does offer a arborist ticket. Whether or not we can fit it all in a small amount of time. Right now, for him to get certified on the mosquito and the pesticide license, that's going to take a big chunk of his time.
Okay, so do we have some provision in the asks for dealing with our trees?
Yes, there's no doubt. He's got general knowledge of trees. Is he a qualified arborist? No.
But
Sorry if I may, we do have a provision in there for tree cutting services under the professional.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to seasonal rec programs. 7205, the 2018 budget was $9,730. 2019 budget is $8,460, which was a decrease of $2,900, and of that, we budgeted an increase to our revenue line item for summer fund by $3,000. And that's our IT guy. Yay.
Sorry, Barb. Are you guys, are they removing summer fund completely?
No, that's an increase to the revenue, expected revenue. We anticipate to get an extra $3,000 this year from increased fees and more registration.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, curling, 7206, 2018 budget was 15,620, and the 2019 budget is 15,520, decrease of $30. Nothing really to talk about. Library, 7402, 2018 budget, 302,880. 2019 budget is 306,855, which is an increase of $4,975. We decreased other income revenue by $1,000, and we increased the grant to individual community. Sorry, I noticed I made myself a details for council note. Forgot to give you the detail, but it really is Marigold and our local library requisition. The library again has asked for additional funding over and above what we would, our standard CPI or 2% in our increase. So this just reflects Marigold's, and then that, the differential you'll see in the additional asks. Okay, moving on to BCF. We're nearing the end. BCF 7404, the budget 2018 was $1,335,380. The budget request for 2019 is $983,900. So as we talked about in recreation admin, the number one change in this function is a decrease in amortization of $359,800, which we have allocated over to rec admin. So if I just walk through them, the remaining items, we overall we reduced revenue of $5,000, excluding any reserve transfer. We decreased convention registration $1,200. We decreased travel and subsistence $2,000. We increased advertising and promo expense by $1,600. We increased our software and upgrade provision by $4,000, and this is correlated. It's priced to the sales and transaction fees, and we've been under budget. We increased education $2,800. A large part of this increase is we're going to concentrate on ActiveNet training this fiscal year. So that will affect all recreation personnel, and we've allocated those costs, some in BCF, some in Aquaplex, some in Arena, but the largest share here. We increased janitorial service just on the anticipated CPI of the contract. We overall decreased repairs budget by $6,000. We decreased other general services by $1,565. We decreased the program instructors provision by $2,000. And I believe some of the sales were aligned and reduced as well. Safety, material, and clothing, we decreased by $1,900 in this function. We increased program materials by $1,000, increased other general supplies $1,000, increased penalties, interest, and overdraft by $1,550, and then decrease in interest on the debenture of $11,510 for this year. And that's BCF. Am I missing something? 74? Okay.
Under
Sorry.
education,
Yes,
so this is education for staff
correct.
so that they are qualified to teach programs and that kind of a thing, or?
We, go ahead. Okay.
The majority of that is what's called ActiveNet, and that's our registration and booking software. And we use it at the BCF, Aquaplex uses it, FCSS uses it, and it was the software that we started out with when the BCF was built. And of course, we've had a lot of staff turnover since then, so we're looking to actually bring somebody back in to be able to train and get everybody on the same page, including corporate services, because we've got some gaps that we feel that we're not all singing the same song when we're talking about our ActiveNet program. So that's a huge part of that, but also if staff are looking to do other upgrades and training in that as well is built into that.
So, yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is I've actually had a concern raised that for some of the programs that the town offers at the Aquaplex and at the BCF, that people are not necessarily trained and experienced to offer those programs. How do we ensure that our staff who are offering, you know, various programs are trained people?
All of our registered and drop-in programs are, if there's staff at the Aquaplex, they are trained in it. We just actually completed more additional training for water art, which is basically aqua-size classes, aquazumba and that. They were all trained in it over at the BCF. If it's not our staff doing that are trained in it, it's registered programs and drop-in programs where those are contract instructors, and they are all required to provide certifications to us.
Great, thanks.
Lisa?
The one thing I bug about all the time, so if we're doing software upgrades on ActiveNet, as well as education, are we going to make it so people can pay monthly directly debited out of their bank accounts?
Funny story, you know, we are working in that direction. It turns out that we can do that. It's actually just an add-on to the software that our software did not enable us to take those. I'm right? Yeah, Lynn's done a lot of work checking into it.
Well, that would be fantastic because it would save us a lot in processing fees in the long run. So,
And should hopefully encourage more memberships for those who don't have credit card.
correct.
That are able to pay monthly through debit, yes.
Perfect.
Okay, when we're talking about this education, Darren, are we working within to train our own staff so that they can keep escalating rather than bringing in new staff? So giving our own people a chance through education to take more higher job positions? Okay, so just, again, stuff I hear. So are we clearly they understand if they want to move up the ladder, what they require for the next position. So maybe while they're in one position, they can be preparing for another. That's all I'm hoping that this education is doing. Okay, and secondly, I know that we had some issues with ActiveNet and receivables and stuff. So are we working together to rectify that for the arena, for BCF, for the pool, all that, so that this doesn't come about again?
Yes.
That's all I wanted, so just rather of honesty. Good, thank you. Those are my questions. Anybody else? Okay.
No, we have one more function, small one. 7411, community events. Did I fail to give that to you guys? Oh, okay. So in 2018, the budget under community events was $75,530. Under 2019, the budget request is $103,610. And what, so an increase of 34.5. The largest part is the provision for under projects. A new line item is the 30,000 for community support or community assistance, thank you, community assistance program. And then 2000, which was new for Alberta Culture Days. I believe another organization used to manage the Alberta Culture Days, and I think it's grant funding match or something. Community assistance.
So just a question on Canada Day. We've been having meetings, of course, with our Canada Day Parade Committee, and the question has come up, you know, how much does the town kind of contribute to the parade? And I've suggested, well, we do have staff, you know, who put up barricades and do that kind of stuff.
Correct.
So any suggestion about how we could, you know, any kind of an estimate we could generate there in terms of, you know, the real cost to the town for the parade?
I could certainly, do we code all labor to Canada Day project code? Oh, we could probably come back with some idea on labor perspective.
Yeah, so I guess as one of the town representatives on the committee, I'm telling people, you know, the town does contribute, contributes considerably. And, you know, you look at all of the costs for the fireworks, the entertainment, you know, you're looking at the town probably $50,000 plus for Canada Day stuff right now. So just so people are aware that, you know, it is a substantial cost for the town to do what they're doing right now.
If I might, Tom, I'll add on to that one. I mean, we get involved right from the very beginning. We start building the floats. So you've got probably a couple of my staff putting in 30 hours just that week building floats, using material. Town picks that up, that tab. We attend meetings for the parade. Come parade day, Public Works probably has about 4 vehicles out there with about 4 staff, all overtime. So it's a big chunk of change. So when you say 50 round, I'm thinking you're right on the money.
Oh, yeah, because that's not even talking all of the recreational staff. Is pretty much all hands on deck on Canada Day. And oh, interesting. So that is the budget discussion that I am. Yes, Fred?
Thank you very much. I've obviously see a ton of work that has gone into my little 5% reduction. It's good to see that we've gone through that. We can all sleep at night knowing that we've actually done a really good effort on curtailing expenses for our taxpayers. Could I just get Jay to do the Reader's Digest version of what this results in? Because you did such a good job the first time. Reiterating what this ends up being. It's not quite 5%, it's 4.35% to my figuring.
I'm sorry, Fred, I'm not connected.
So this was no reduction in service.
Right,
yeah.
right. So, yeah, so again, what we've been presented with is a budget that includes a 2% property tax increase, but would result in a $160,000 surplus. And what's phenomenal about that is that, you know, even though you've identified 392,000 in known increases, through the process that you went through, you were able to deal with 376,000 of that. That's remarkable, but it doesn't change the fact that with the other shoe has to fall, because of course we have, as we're well aware, a number of new asks that are about to be presented to us again, and we know full well that with only a surplus of 160K, we'll have no choice but to either consider service reductions, which are not part of this current operating budget, to fund those things, or additional increases in property tax. Because what you mentioned at the start was that we could either have a 2% hike and this $160,000 surplus as a pot from which to fund the new asks for this year, or a 0% increase with the $16,000 deficit with no money whatsoever to fund these new asks. So the challenge accepted, and now we go to phase 2.
Madam Mayor, if I may suggest that Supper's here, if we could do that in camera.
Okay, could I have a motion to go in camera? Lisa, Christine, all in favor? Carried. All right, everyone, we'll get back to the operating budget. So this now we'll look at new budget item requests. So Barb, I'll let you take over again.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, so before you is the list of what has been mentioned over the past several months as additional requests, where different organizations have come forward and asked additional requests as well for funding. So they're in no particular order. I'll just start at the top. So the first one was FCSS. It's indirect programming, and it is an ask of $25,000 a year for this 3-year budget each year, and then it's for subsidized counseling. So if you'd like to speak to that a moment, April.
So this is to continue the program that we had started in 2018 that had been very successful. The $20,000 that had been allocated by council was allocated to clients in need of services within 3.5 months. Demand was that high because there hadn't been a service like that in town to that point. So we're asking to increase it to $25,000 a year and asking that it's approved for 3 years to allow some consistency, because at present there are clients who want to access the program but can't because we haven't got funding allocated. So there's been a kind of gap between the end of 2018 and obviously until this budget is approved. So the asking for 3 years is an attempt to negate that gap in funding should it be approved.
April, can you explain to me where Alberta Healthcare mental health services stop and we start?
The line is a little grey. However, they don't, for example, provide family counselling. So if there's a couple who are experiencing difficulties in their relationship and they wanted to work through that with someone, AHS are not going to assist you with that. Or by the same token, if you, as a whole family unit, perhaps with your children are experiencing difficulties, they're not going to assist with that. There's a lot of trauma work that they are not able to assist with.
In addition to that, like any system, there were periods where they just had a turnover. So a long service counselor was retiring, and so there were gaps. There's been a number of months where people have been asked to travel to Three Hills just to receive those provincially mandated services.
And even further to that, so the AHS youth worker that is in Drumheller also serves Hannah and sometimes Three Hills. So even though there's one FTE dedicated to youth, they're not just dedicated to Drumheller, the youth, they're dedicated to a wide area serving youth. So trying to think of other examples off the top of my head. Grief and loss, for example, are not things that AHS are going to assist you with. Particularly, whilst they will support with anxiety and that sort of thing, again, there's kind of a grey line with it, and so sometimes they may not receive support with that. There are no services at the moment really for children who experience ADHD or ADD. There are some supports for their parents, but it's limited. So there's quite a range of support services that AHS is unable to provide, that this service is filling the gap of.
April, I got hit over the head pretty hard at a community meeting with Starland County not being included in this program. Is that moving forward in a more collaborative way? Are we partnering with our regional partners on this program?
Yeah, we initially it was a trial to see how it went. We didn't know.
Right.
I thought there would be good uptake, but we didn't know how much, so it was a trial.
That's what I said.
And that's what, right. And so the plan had always been then to seek to expand, not just to Starland, but also recognizing that there are Wheatland residents for whom Drumheller is their primary
service hub.
Right. And so I have approached both FCSSs in Starland and Wheatland to see if they want to come on board and if their councils or would want to fund and partially fund, and they are approaching their councils to see if they want to allocate a portion of funding. Starland does have an agreement in place with Hannah, because Hannah has a subsidised counselling programme for those that are that side, I guess, of the county. And so we are looking to see if we can provide similar service to those that are this side of the county.
Thank you.
So is this something that council should be championing, should be advocating for? This should be something that could be an AUMA resolution? Like, is there letters that the mayor could write? She's very good at writing letters. She gets lots of results. So this could certainly be part of our approach to solving this problem.
Yeah, I think any and all funding that we can source for this program is definitely needed. There are 15 people waiting currently for this program. That was as of 2 weeks ago, so could be more at this point, of course. So any and all, and I read, was it yesterday, that there had been some funds donated to the Drumheller Mental Health Foundation, and immediately questioned, what's the Drumheller Mental Health Foundation? Because it had been allocated for counselling. And I dug a little deeper, and it's actually gone to Drumheller Health Foundation, so I'm going to see if we can apply for those funds. I don't know if we can. I'm going to look into that. So, and I'm also writing the Bell Let's Talk grant right now, which is up to $25,000 to, again, try and subsidize this program, as well as introducing some support groups that are also needed, such as a group for parents who are going through divorce to help them understand how to talk to their children about that process, a group for the children as well, a group for kids with ADD and ADHD. We need a group for women who are experiencing or are at risk of family violence. We don't have one, we have a men's group. There are a number of groups that we could do with having, and there are some funds out there, and we are trying to access them. Yeah.
Final question for administration. Have we approached the MDs to see whether they'll contribute to a program that they're having access to?
They don't have access for it. That's the point, is they were excluded from access to this to start with because it was our pilot project. And that was the argument I made to this person, who was that until those counties are contributing funds for their residents to access this program, of course we would have to use funds from the taxpayers of Drumheller to only support the people of Drumheller. So no, that's what April's been saying, is she's negotiating with her FCSS coordinators to get this on as a budget ask for their own residents.
Yeah.
It won't help us spend less, it would just help broaden the service further.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure, yeah.
And as far as the schools, April, are we getting any further with them as far as, because they've been cutting back their counseling instead of going the other way with the, so maybe is there a way we can work with them? Again, I have no problem reaching out and contacting them. So I'm just throwing that out there that, if you want, let's talk. And because I think schools have to start helping this cause, because if we can get it, get them attention when they're younger, we're not dealing with them as adults. Can you put anything into this, Tom, from the school perspective?
Yeah, very disappointing that Golden Hills has chosen to cut back on their family resource worker programs at both Green Tree School and DVS